Funny one this, but I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission, and he gave me this flashy ring to say thank you. So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn thinking he'll be impressed, only for him to go white as a sheet and quiet as a curl instead. Try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got... And seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when...
I'd speak to him again. Well, I suppose there's no point leaving him to stew.
Cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him a visit as soon as I have a moment.
All right, I'll meet you by the forge then. You come along when you're ready.
How do you split the sea?
How are you feeling, Joshua?
Better than I was.
But not nearly as well as you should be. Your cuts and burns may have healed, but your body still bears the burden of every spell cast.
And what would you have had me do? It was no ordinary foe we faced, yet still it was not enough. The king could have ended me at any moment, but instead chose to toy with me like a curl does a mouse.
You underestimate yourself.
Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man established his dominance that day, and that man was Barnabas. I'm sorry, brother. That was ill-spoken. It's just... I have never felt so powerless. And when so many are looking to us for strength, perhaps... perhaps the prince feels the same.
What is this place?
Don't move. Here, it's fresh from the well. Grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one on the river for her when she passed away.
The fiend works from the shadows. Was it you who guided my hand then, Ultima? No, not you. This is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear. And for it, I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them?
And sell them, or try to. Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there. You're going then?
Of course. I'm healed. Thanks to you and your poultices.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings.
Perhaps he can find an answer. You will be returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you. You will take your medicine.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are you?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone trustworthy to patch up the Enterprise. All depends on where we're putting into port, mind.
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore wherever we choose. We have to assume that the whole of Ash is hostile, and that we'll be attacked on sight.
Then we must find a place they won't think to look. And I have an idea who might know of one.
The Professor! I'll go and tell you come in.
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsman. I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey. They may not be easy to come by in Ash.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness. You know that, don't you?
I do.
How was she? The Enterprise, I mean.
Ah, Sid. Don't tell me. You need more bomb ash.
Oh no, we still got plenty of that left. I'm working on bringing another one of the Chief's designs to life. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top for additional thermo amplification. And let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot. A heck of a lot. Only mithril engines get hotter. And you can't chuck ore in one of them and get metal out the other. Trouble is, we won't be able to make out of any old rubbish neither. And I hear you once helped Helena get...
If it's for the good of the hide.
Oh.
So, what exactly?
We've got a couple of examples here.
More fallen, but so this smelter is similar to the mithril engine in more ways than one.
That's right. They're a bit like the thermal helms. Fallen ceramics deal with heat. And what's more, they're directional, transferring heat from the inside to the outside. But these things, they're all outside. We've collected as many as we can, and I know where we can get the rest. Trouble is, they're all what?
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes, and bring back the spheres they're guarding?
That's it in a nutshell, yeah. We're only 3 short, mind. And we know there's one up Amber Way, in that ruin, and another in the Silent South, over in Dalmekia. Last one.
All right then.
It'll do. Oh.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. Come back.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of Papionos.
Bloody hell, Clive. Ain't you got better things to do with your time?
That remains to be seen. August tells me he showed you a ring, and that the sight of it clearly upset you. Would you mind?
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't gonna help no one. If it weren't the ring, and it was something I said...
It was. It brought back some unhappy memories.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn.
And sometimes it doesn't. Is that so hard to understand?
Don't be like that.
Fine. If it'll get you off my back. That ring he flashed was the work we apprenticed together.
You've never mentioned him before.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost came to the ring, brought it all back. I could tell it was one of his the moment I saw it. Bastard's improved, though. More than I thought possible.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil, maybe.
It matters, because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea how he... The fact is, I couldn't...
So what? You're an...
I'm the Hideaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater village forge. My armor keeps you lot safe, and my sword, as far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put my art because the curse breakers deserve better than... And I refuse to be shown up by the like...
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit?
I doubt he'd be too happy.
Then just this once, swallow your pride and focus all your energies on keeping the curse breakers armed and armored. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me. But if you can't...
What'd you say, Blackthorn? It's not like you'll be going alone.
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon old what's it...
In Dravozd, my old village.
Dravozd, eh? That rings a bell. Just north of the fields of Karava. Got that, Clive? Meet us at Dravozd as soon as you can, and I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get cold feet.
Good luck with that.
The stew. Oh.
awfully thin these days.
Oh, what do you expect?
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me, but I can speak to her at least.
Lady Karen's.
Sid, do you recall the flowers I...
Vaguely.
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most... I fear the soil here does not agree with them. However...
I can't wait.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears to be maintained by an abundance of nutrient... I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the appendage's wealth of vigor-inducing nutrients might well stimulate... The endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. That is correct. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. Why, a note...
How timely.
Well, I shan't keep you any longer.
We can't let some foul weather ruin 5 summers of research.
Have you tried Molly's lemon tarts?
What's that for you, dear? No scratches, all right? Anything else?
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of papio nuts and all.
Come back.
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris. Is she here?
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha's Rest on a job. My job, actually. When she heard what the mission was, she insisted on going herself. Alone.
Did she? What was the mission?
Following up on some new information. Once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment. And about their captor.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the Beastmen. I'll go and find her.
If she's not moved on already.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried. Right then.
You're a fine hound.
definitely anything but ordinary. Now, let's get this vine back to the yard. Ugh.
We've got a few rooms going spare now.
Or it should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
Anything catch your eye? There you go. Much obliged. Take care out there, eh?
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to. I've got greens of all
Looking for
shapes
shelter,
and
are you?
sizes. Colours too.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
It's been a pleasure, Doris.
I'll give your offer some thought.
How goes the investigate?
Sid?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking...
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of... She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight.
That was her just now. So...
I'd say so. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrec. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort. She's dangerous, Sid.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety.
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
Ah, Clive, I'd like you to take something... seeds for planting. Thought it was about time they started growing. I'll keep providing them with whatever they need. But if East Pool's going to survive, it's got to be able to fend, as have those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude, but now they're their own masters. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. So it's up to... And if you're wondering why you, well... The Wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been coming back with more... Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it, but I think even he's starting to worry. And if he's likely to share those concerns...
All right.
Thanks. There. That should be enough to keep him in Gazal Greens for a few years at least.
Gazal Greens?
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're better that than something that'll wither away at first frost. And chocobos love 'em too, which is no small thing. When I say all of us need to pull together, they ain't exactly succulent, but...
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do. I'll go up there and show him myself.
I'm sure you will. Good. They haven't broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming.
Back to civilization, is it?
With all haste, lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more, and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, it appears we have company. Kill him.
You're welcome to try. So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I surrender.
Cid!
Ah, Doris. You know, but casting your lot with this criminal of all people.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin. I'm sorry, Cid. I should have told this woman, my former master, once trained bearer. She raised me like a daughter, and I did.
It wasn't all terrible. Surely, you were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. But you proved yourself a master of both. How about it, my little dagger? Care to swear that blade?
I never swore my blade to you. To liberate the bearers of this... Farewell, master.
You always were a right... Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. And she no longer has friends in high places. The dame does, though. Her connections...
All right.
I am. And thank you for everything.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put...
Welcome back, Cid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sambrek. She won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too fond. Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't.
I hope so. You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or... Anyway, thanks again, Cid. The Cursebreakers would be lost without Doris. And...
Keep up the good work, Cole.
covered in nicks and lumps.
Come back.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of Papio nuts and all.
Lady Karen's.
Sid, can't... Here. What an amazing specimen. The flesh when I successfully graft this to the Morganbeards. It is just as I hoped. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. How they bloom with heretofore unseen vigor. Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied to other specimens as well.
I'm glad I could be of assistance.
You've not only helped us, Sid, you've saved us. Do you recall the extract with which I provided you before? I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the invigorated Morganbeards. And would you believe? Its potency has nearly doubled. You must accept this phial as thanks for your assistance. The rest, I shall give to Taya. Ah, what brings you to...
A delivery from...
These are Martha's keen to cut the apron strings, then, is she? I jest, of course. You see, I had thought we might be able to revive, but they'd long since gone to seed. Only, without the seeds.
Martha was hoping you might be able to show the bearers how to plant and tend these, so that they'll be able to fend for themselves.
That's not a bad idea. These bearers had only recently escaped their bonds before we brought them here. They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves and their loved ones. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to exchange one master for another. Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far. Subsisting, it's about time we all started to provide for ourselves. Unfortunately,
We've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses. There have been alarming reports of...
The Horde is closing in. They're coming, so wait, all of them.
Damn it all, I thought we'd have more time. Gather the men in the square. Send to the rest for reinforcements.
Yes, Sir Wade.
The Horde.
A Kashek, a veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the northern reaches for a while now. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had hoped to build a perimeter wall so that myself and the Guardians might be...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they do...
What if you could call on reinforcements?
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die, fighting...
So wait. You said you lacked men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men? Though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians. What help they are able to offer could still prove the difference between...
You're right, my lord. I will... My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter, to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will, a home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. If you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
What are you doing?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together. For Eastpool! For Eastpool! Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Well, if it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly...
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just love the sound of my own voice.
Lord Rossfield, my lady, we're ready.
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves at strategic points around the village. Upon engaging with the Akashek,
Each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they can.
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm convert with luck. That point will be the village square. The perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them. And for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong... I'd say you have both in abundance, await. But you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fight...
Ha! And let you...
Sir, wait!
Then you know what you must do. We work together. Everyone play, each shielding the other that no man might fall. For Rosaria.
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord. I'll do as you ask.
And I will do as you ask.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too, then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
Calm before the storm. And here it comes. I will not let this village fall. Looks like that's the last.
Lord Rossfield!
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted on
Well, the better half of her guard is here, so wait.
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think I could order a detachment or two to fall.
No. Let them. You stay here too, so I'll go after the curl. Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the founder...
Not here.
Come to tell me an Akashic curl's heading towards the rest?
Good girl. Run like the wind. With me, Torgal. All right. Back to Eastpool.
Lord Rossfield, the Curl, is it?
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems quiet for now. I hesitate to say it, but I think it might be.
I think it might.
We saved East. Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. You brought us together. Showed us what it means.
We never had nothing to call our own before, but now we do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. But there's no doubt in my mind, we're free men now. So we have to start acting like it. We have to fight to protect what's ours. To protect Eastpool.
And we shall. We all shall. Together. This is our home. And if anyone...
They'll have us to answer to.
Come on, then.
This village isn't going to rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
No. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he was still with us today...
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can to help rebuild the village. After all, this is my home now too. And I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if I didn't pull my weight.
I think you'll find it's East Pudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud, all the same. I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support, Martha?
Of course. And I'd be counting on yours too. Us Rosarians have got stick.
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right.
Lord Rossfield, do you clearing the goblins from the Stillwind marshes?
How could I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt when the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor. I thought I may as well just lay down, but every time I would think back to the look in your to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage.
So wait, you have always been. I know that East, and indeed all of Rosaria.
Thank you. I know the rest of the world will be safe.
The hero returns. It's lucky you came by when you did, eh? Not only did my seeds get delivered, but you went and saved Eastpool and all.
I just did what I could.
And it's only right that you get reward. Take it before I...
Thank you, Martha.
So, Eastpool's finally back and a home to free bearers. Who'd have thought we'd see that?
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves. Work, though I suppose the rest ain't much different nowadays. You know, bearers living free like that. Reminds me, old as I am, to recall that particular...
I take it you didn't always see eye to...
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long... In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he came to meet me. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful, anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day. That whenever one...
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for
Indeed, but the loftier one's ambitions. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father...
Suppose you're right, and if we don't manage it... There's all good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the wings, eh? It's almost enough to give you a little bit of...
Just a little.
Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone some dinner, shall we? The least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty stomach neither.
That sounds like a wonderful idea. Let's go.
Faster!
To deal with these ones first. Echo. This is it. Right then. Just two more to find. Let's go. Don't get surrounded. Be safe. It's over. Two down, one to go.
Lord Rosfield, is there aught the Undying?
Perhaps. My brother said that you're all... Have you learned anything of note?
Little and less.
I see.
Be assured, however, that we will not rest. Even now, our archaeologians scour ruins in every corner of the...
Fallen ruins, I take it. Dating back...
Indeed. Ultima's thralls are oft sighted among the remnants of the fallen civilization, as if protecting the secrets.
Secrets we'd see unearthed.
Should our methods be of interest, my lord, mayhap it would please you to observe some of our
Would that be possible?
Of course. Perchance you are familiar with Kretov. I was due to visit my colleagues there to collect their preliminary findings, but if you would consent to do so in my stead...
All right.
They will be most gratified, I am sure. Might I suggest you take the road through Titan? It will lead you straight to the village, after but...
Thank you.
I wish you a safe journey, my lord. May the firebirds...
A village built around an airship. Sounds like another lost wing. I hope the inhabitants are just as friendly.
Are you buying or selling? Go safely.
Ambrosia won't help me here. Come on. Run like the wind. This might take a while. Farewell. Kicked out already?
No. This charmer ain't letting anyone through.
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. No one's allowed. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. I suggest you go home.
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No.
Long time no see, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since I'm here to see Zoltan, you fuck...
All right, just...
Yeah, I'll promise I won't throw the first punch.
Go on, then.
Much obliged.
So this is Dravozd. Not much going on, is there?
It's a smithing town. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sound of hammer on anvil. Clive, you're good with people. You speak.
Hey.
There's a river of bad blood, but if someone can build me a bridge...
All right. I'll see what I
appreciate it. It'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's. He'd have inherited it when I left.
Forge on the hill.
Good luck.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Mama?
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out. Before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did? Fuck! We're getting nowhere! These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless!
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new crystals.
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor and piss off. Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way out, ask Blackthorn. That prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here. And neither are you.
All right. I'm going.
Please, Chief, you've got to do something.
Let me guess. Zoltan told you to piss off.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Well, at least he didn't beat about the bush.
There'll be no talking him round.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, what turned the village against you?
I left. Dravozd. Zoltan. There are two kinds of smiths in this world, you see. My kind, who are in it for the love of the craft, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk, and the other kind, who are in it for people like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't each up bit by bit. People would have torn Dravozd in half had it gone on.
So you didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravozd prospered without me and my lofty ideals until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic.
It depends on how you look at it, though. There's got to be other ways of making fire.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. Knew crystals were the problem, not the solution. And spent years coming...
You know what I mean, though, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive. Dravosh won't last long without Zone. Do you think the way I see it is...
Hold on, Blackthorn. Sid made those things for us, and you'd be throwing it away?
All right. This place was your home. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. Let this be another step on the road to freeing Valisthea. Dravosh will show the world that it's possible. Wouldn't you agree, August?
When you put it that way, of course. It's like hearing Sid speak from beyond the grave.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the plans, then?
I know I'm off by heart. I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a one-man job. Do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two, would you, August?
All right.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander skin. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will withstand the heat. Luckily for us, salamanders feed...
Time for a spot of hunting. Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Let's make this quick, shall we? You deserve a rest. This won't be easy. Nice try. I dare say that will be enough for a decent set of hellos. Come on.
Be safe.
What's this all about, then?
Don't know. Any trouble finding the skin?
Nothing I couldn't handle.
Right then. Time to prove everyone pulls their weight. We'll be finished in no time.
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work. But it's hot enough, all right. And without a single crystal in sight.
You know what this means, don't you?
I do, yeah. Dravost is saved.
Sorry about earlier. I take back everything I said. That thing you built us is... You saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. What is it?
Pet Cole's cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn. Our secret for yours. I've always envied, since the day I became chief. I spent but no amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. But he took all his talent and left. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinder...
I need to forgive him first.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme, well, these things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers. Well, but what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us? I'll see that the old git gets home safe and sound.
See that you both do. I'll save the cinders till then.
All right. It'll be a nice little... Everything's back the way it was.
Take that, you naughty...
Clive! I just wanted to see how the town's been faring since you brought everyone.
Since we... All is absolutely wonderful. Conrad and Natal... And firmly at the helm. Our stores are full, and the bandit... Just as the good Lady
Are you a lord? Lou, they're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil. Because of how he stopped all the grown-ups from fighting.
It's the mayor of Dalamil, dear child. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build a... Speaking of menace, there may be a rather worrying one just...
May there,
And they have formed what one could call... And they grow more organized.
We'll fight them all off, just like last time. Won't we, Lou?
Of course we will. If we continue to work together, the longer we avoid facing this one, the more difficult it will be. Our best hope is to nip these by finding those ne'er-do-wells who have yet to join the cause. Perhaps a certain Lord Underhill might be willing to lend us his aid.
How could I refuse?
Thank you. Victor will fill you in on the particulars. I have him stationed by the desert gate, receiving and collating reports from my scouts. Such an amenable soul.
I'll go and speak with him.
What's the difference between a lord and a mayor?
A league of outdoors. Sounds like we have some competition. Still in Dalamil, Victor?
Ah, sick.
I thought you'd have returned to Cosnet.
I did. I've developed something of a fond, and having worked so hard to see it saved from one fate, it would... A sentiment Master Lubor certainly isn't shy about exploiting.
You're not the only one.
What does he want you to...
He asked for my aid in putting down the... And he said that you might be able to help me find...
Then you've come at just the right time. I was on my way to speak with Conrad. There are more camps in the vicinity than we can safely... But we must strike together, and we must strike soon, at as many camps as we can. We can't give...
All right. Which camp shall I take?
There's one upriver. Just out there, across the dunes.
Leave it with me. must be the camp Victor mentioned. Come on then, Torgal.
That's him! The one who killed Doc and Fingers! Take his head off!
Stay down!
Nice try. I'd better let Victor know.
Sid, where are you? Ah, I see the bandits didn't put...
No, but...
No.
What is it?
The whole town's in... They're saying that Lubor...
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the bandits escape. Some of the children spotted him, and he was about to... And when Lubor felled him, and without a crystal...
But that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years. Which is what people are saying. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. No man is branded by choice. Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One who was made a leader of himself when the world believed he should have been a slave.
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here, but I know one thing.
You're right.
And now everyone knows. I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion arose, I forgot to reach for it. Well, it was bound to come out sooner or later.
We're sorry, Lubor. We tried to keep running, but we just couldn't anymore.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I rather enjoyed playing the hero for once. All that matters to me is that you two are safe.
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing.
All lies, I'll wager. Just like the ones he fed us all these years.
Once people make up their minds, it's hard to change them. We need to do something, and quickly. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them. Convince them that nothing has changed. That their enemy lies outside these walls, not within them.
You're right. We should speak to everyone.
I'm glad you agree. I'll handle the I'm a Dalmec born and bred. You head to the Taft. Make Conrad and Natalie remember. They know that Lubor and I are friends. Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of Merchants, however, is a
I'll do what I can. Lubor, stay. I can't promise anything, but...
And that is all I can ask.
Why are you taking the bearers? Why do they always have to make such a fuss?
He knew all along that he was...
Forgive me for disturbing you, but... could I have a moment of your time?
I've seen your face before.
As have I, Lord. The rumors that he's a bear...
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I...
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly valued throughout the Republic. In this, at least, he's done the town a service. Might that...
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing behind our backs all the while.
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied to you.
So what do you propose?
Perhaps. And they will thank you not to...
The townsfolk have made their minds up. There was nothing I could do.
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things.
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearers? I assume the situation is hopeless?
There's still hope. But...
perhaps...
We'll talk some sense.
No. And your efforts...
But Lubor...
Rosina would often tell that steel does not lie. That a blade is a yourself be true. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with the blade of her... But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself and what she believed in. And so must I be. I must do what... And now, I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people, for only united can they hope to stand against the threat that awaits. I'll need to make a suitably...
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only... We'll be all alone.
Trust me, little ones. It is for the best that I go.
How could it possibly be for the best? The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance to change them.
I would not take it, Victor.
Over you. And so just like that, you're going to throw this town and these children to the wolves? I thought you were better than this. But it seems you had me fooled as well.
Victor.
Forget it. Do what you will.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's the best one. Yes. Ah, but where are my manners? Here. A reward for clearing out that bandit camp. Right then.
If there's anything I can do...
I'll... What's happened?
Clive, you'll be pleased to know that the negotiations are progressing well.
That is good news.
Yes. Our comrade in Randala has just sent word that I still have much and more to prepare. It's a huge You couldn't do me a quick favor?
What is it this time? More wild beasts?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravans and ask El how long we have until the bearers arrive. Find out exactly how much faster I need to get all these
All right.
Thanks, Clive.
Well met. May Gilbert smile upon you.
Don't blame yourself, El. This is their fault, not yours.
I know, but...
No buts about it, all right?
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me a message from our intermediary. The talks with the Republican army have fallen through. They've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak Consortium. Though prices have fallen of late, we deliberately offered above the going rate, but the consortium offered double what we did, and the army jumped at the chance.
And you had no opportunity to make a counteroffer?
None at all. And we were so close.
El? What's happened? I saw Vonnie leaving. She didn't look happy.
And with good reason.
But I thought we were the only ones the Fist were speaking to about the bearers. How did the Consortium even find out about this?
It's not so surprising. They have ears all over the Republic. This isn't over. The Consortium will have to sell these bearers eventually, and at the price they paid, buyers will be few and far between. I'm going to Randalar myself.
Alone? You sure that's wise?
Are you offering to be my bodyguard? How kind. Meet me at the checkpoint near the capital gates. I'll send an owl ahead and request a meeting. You go to Cashlock, Theo, and get everything ready. We've waited far too long as it is. Even if I fail to free these bearers, there will be others. Someone needs to prepare the place and keep any prowling beasts at bay.
Oh, and that's me, is it? Well, it looks like I'm following orders till she gets back from meeting the Silver Peak Consortium, who've been doing their best to undermine our scheme. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She still has plans for Cashlock, even if this one falls through. She means to stay with us, then. I can't say I'm not happy to hear it, but... is this what she really wants?
You have to trust her.
You're right. It's what she wants now. And if El's off fighting for the cause, I should do my part too. So I bid you farewell and safe travels, my friend. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. We'll make sure the place is well stocked and defended. You go to Randalar and see if you can stop my sister biting the Consortium's heads off. If she won't consider her prospects, someone has to.
I'll do my best. All right. To Randalar, then. And better not keep Eloise waiting.
Needs a porter when it...
What I wouldn't give for a hot meal. Looks like this is the end of it.
When are they gonna let us through?
All right. Thanks, Cal. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Did you arrange to speak with the consortium?
Here they are now.
You wish to consult with me?
I did. It's about the bearers you recently purchased. We had all but finished making arrangements to buy them ourselves.
You misunderstand. The consortium had an interest in purchasing them from the very first. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding. But your hesitancy in accepting our offer to you suggested that the regard was not mutual. And so we resumed our business.
I did not hesitate. I am simply not inclined to make such decisions without... But what is done is done. Come then.
Alas, you are too late yet. We rarely take on such unconventional merchandise without a purchaser, and the bearers belong to him now.
Who is your buyer?
A trader from across the water. A most demanding fellow, if it's any consolation. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed, even given that that's what you get when you deal with continental type.
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is quite different. They pay good money for bearers not fit for the knacker's yard, and treat them like kings. But as long as they pay...
That does sound unusual. No matter then. If they've already left our shores, there's little that can be done. And with it, my interest in joining your organization.
My associates will be sorry to hear.
I'm sorry you weren't able to save them.
As am I. But I only have myself to blame. He was right, you see. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to buy those bearers before I did. Their representative hinted at a possible purchase when he came to recruit me. I feigned interest in joining them in the hope he might be encouraged to tell me more. And he did just that. As soon as he left, I sent my own offer to Randalar.
So you never...
No. I entertained the Consortium's proposal so I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out. I knew exactly who I was dealing with.
You tried.
I did. And if what he said was true, they deserved more. I wanted so badly to see them free.
Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The village is under attack. A pack of beasts have come down from the mountains. Theo and the others are trying to hold them off as best they can, but they need help.
Theo!
I'll go on ahead.
Thank you, Clive. I'll gather some men and join you there. Just...
Hold on, Theo. I'm coming. Where's Theodore?
Upriver!
He led the dragon that way to keep it from the village. But the whole area...
Just have to pray he makes it out in one...
I can do better than that.
Faster!
Where are you, Theo? All right. Damn it. The ether's too thick. These creatures have already turned. Finished. I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does. Looks like it's found me. This thing's turned as well. This isn't going to be easy. Clive? Theodore, you had me worried for... We have to get you out of here.
I think it might be a little too late for that. Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream.
Theodore!
So will you!
Elle.
Theodore.
Take care of my sister.
Theodore, wait.
Goodbye, Elle.
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. His first instinct was always to protect people.
And now he's gone, because I sent him to that place.
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on his own. So that you would finally be free to live your own life.
To live my own life? He never could come to terms with the choice I made.
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever helped.
We grew up in Canva. We were born to one of the great trading houses. And I was chosen to inherit the family business. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. While I studied the art of commerce, he played at soldiers instead. A late bloomer, in more ways than one. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 15th summer that his powers awakened. My parents tried to drive him out of the house and into the care of the constables. But before they could, I took him into mine.
Theo told me something else. He clearly admired your devotion to the cause of freeing others like him from slavery. But he said you deserved a better life than this. He wanted to free you from what he called your bonds, just as you freed him from his.
I would be lying if I said I had not wondered from time to time how much easier my life might have been if I had allowed Theo to be taken and devoted myself to the family business instead. But I have never regretted the decision I made. Being with my brother meant more to me than tradition or reputation. I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night and the choice I made and the fact that I would make the same choice again in a heartbeat. He was never a burden. How could he even think that? If anything, I was the one who weighed him down.
You weren't, Eloise. He said it himself, that he had always been grateful to you for saving him, and that he wanted to repay you by letting you live the life you were denied. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You loved one another. You did whatever was necessary to continue living your lives together, and you always would have.
You're right. All I ever wanted, all I ever did, it was so we could be together. Oh, Theo, why did you have to...
I know Theo wanted me to move on, but I'm staying here at the Crimson Caravans to continue our work. We can make a difference here. We can help people. I need nothing more from life than that. So I'll carry on doing what we do, ensuring that goods, people, bringing smiles to people's faces, just like we all, and to Theo's. This is the life I have chosen.
I've made a choice of my own. To continue helping you however I can.
Thank you, Clive. Let's go on together, then.
The Dominion's all but done for.
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
Sure, that sellsword the dame's so fond of. That was some fine work you did up in Moor. We'll, see to our own affairs from now on now. Duke's got big plans for the Empire.
And you're just gonna fall into line?
I don't trust this Duke. If we're not careful... Oh, Clive, my wards and I may soon be...
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty throne.
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders. Second only to his radiance at the... Not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes by his noble title.
And what does he want with Northreach?
He wants to transform it into a foundation upon which to build a new He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall be afforded the respect they...
He would rob the populace to pay for it.
Believe me, I have used every means of persuasion to discourage him from this...
What does Captain Philippe make of this? When the town was under attack, it was him the soldiers rallied around. Couldn't he use that influence again?
How? By a man whose stated aim is to revive the empire Philippe's comrades swore to serve.
The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they face each day. The Duke offers no. Any attempt to incite mutiny would cost Philippe the support of his men, but given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable. The people have little appetite.
Who could blame them?
Clive, would you appeal to the Duke on my behalf? For your services to Northreach, you have the respect of the soldiers, and they will take you to His Eminence if you ask them. And unlike Philippe, no bonds of loyalty prevent you from speaking your mind to the man. Well?
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Clive.
Tell me then, where will I be in the garrison?
Overseeing the troops.
All right. Wish me luck. I may have met this Duke before, at the Remembrance Ceremony. Let's hope I didn't make a strong impression.
Do you think he was the only one who survived?
Halt! Oh, sorry about that. You got some business with the captain?
No, actually. With the Duke. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians pass. But you should be all right. His Eminence has heard all about you and your heroics. Wait here. I'll go and ask.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison. The Empire owes you a debt, and I shall see it repaid. But tell me, is it wealth that you seek, or favor?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, I see. You are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant. Yet you needn't be. A proud fighting man like yourself shall always have a place here. Pride of place, in fact. For too long has the contribution of the noble soldier been under-reckoned. But no more. For it is they who shall see the Holy Empire...
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely unscathed from the recent trouble, which is more than can be said for Oriflamme or... The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe Northreach to... with Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen to the refortification of both the town and the castle, we need only build a wall around both to create a city that would be the envy of the twins. Plans are all soon enough. These thralls shall learn that...
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be...
The people will do as their leaders command. If Sandbreck is to be rebuilt, she will require a one whose authority is beyond question. That is why so that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be fed out. And yet there are those who persist in peddling the treat.
I suspect they're afraid of losing.
Precisely. The common folk have little and less. And you mean to deprive... You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own salted earth.
Sabine.
Yes, and I told you then how putting the empire before her citizens would lead only to revolt.
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later. The citizens' revolt. I wonder what the people really think of the... It wouldn't hurt to ask them, I suppose. Let's begin with those on the other side of the wall.
Sabine.
Do you think he was the only one who survived?
That's so cult.
All right there.
Just your opinion, actually. I wondered what you thought of the Duke of Oriflamme.
Not much. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting... And now he's trying to drive us out completely, threatening to take everything we got from us if we don't clear off. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'd be straight through that checkpoint, tar bucket in hand. The Duke might have soldiers at his beck and call, but us common folk follow the dame, and no one else.
The Dominion's all but done for. We stayed here.
I've been hearing a lot of talk about a certain Duke.
Nothing good, I'll wager. Going around acting like he owns the place. And with hardly a word to the dame. This is her town, not his.
I take it you'd rather she was in charge.
As far as I'm concerned, she still is. Just need his eminence to sod off back to Oriflamme.
Sell anything today?
As much.
The garrison salvaged what they could.
A question, if you don't mind. What do you think of the Duke of Oriflamme?
Don't get me started. You build a life for yourself somewhere, only for some noble to turn up and tell you you've got to hand it all over to him. If he thinks his name and his chains give him the right to empty our purses, he's in for a rude awakening. We'll do whatever it takes to keep what's ours. Whatever it takes.
Well, the people seem united enough. What about the soldiers?
Half of what comes in is barely fit for pressing.
That's so called you.
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
And you're just gonna fall into line.
Excuse me, do you have a moment? I wondered if you'd mind sharing your thoughts on the Duke of Oriflamme.
Well, he's made a lot of enemies. I mean, look around us. You can see the state the realm's in. The traders might not like having the screws put on them, but if they volunteered a few more of their hard-earned gil before things got bad, maybe they wouldn't have to. I think the Duke's got a point when he says rebuilding the Empire's the best way of making sure we're all protected. And if that means people who don't know one end of a sword from another have to make way for those who do.
It's not only control of the garrison he wants.
We already have a leader in the Dame.
One at a time now. Is enough for it?
You. You're the one who was talking to his...
On the Dame's behalf, yes. I was trying to persuade him not to take... What do you think of his plans?
I'm a soldier, mate. He tells me, listen, I've got nothing but respect for the Dame. That's where my loyalties lie. Not with the town or the Empire, but with my wife and children.
If the Duke can get us cement and the equipment we need to fight off those blue-skinned bastards...
Sabine, you are embarrassing me.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to turn this town. Do you think that's a good idea?
It's not for me to... All I know is that unless the Emperor orders me otherwise, His Eminence's word is law. Look, no one likes all these taxes and tariffs, but empires don't come for... Once Sanbreque is back on her feet, we'll all reap the benefits.
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this.
A whole day to dry some...
Welcome back. Raids give you any trouble?
Captain.
For you? Certainly. Clive, wasn't it? Thank you for last time. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about the Duke of Oriflamme. Do you intend to go along with his plan?
But to tell you the truth, I'm in two minds. It's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army to obey his orders. But I can't say I agree with him.
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to protect the people you loved. The Dame included.
That's right, I did.
Well, she doesn't agree with the Duke's orders either. She thinks they could tear Northreach apart.
And she's probably right. Thank you, Clive. I know what I needed. Protecting the people I love is what matters. Well, gee, thanks again.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing else.
Well, what do you think?
Ah, Clive. How did you fare? Were you able to speak with the Duke?
I was, but...
So well, it will certainly help to hold back the thralls, though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople whose worldly goods are confiscated to pay for it. They deserve to be heard, Clive. To have a say in this new empire the Duke means to build.
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions. I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard to be sacrificed. Needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and would rather... The soldiers, meanwhile, are content to... And not just because of the Duke's rank.
I thought as much. Had I sworn to protect Sanbreque, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see it right. Thank you for trying. But
I don't know about that.
What happened to your uniform?
I handed it in. I told the lads I wished them well, but because I realized what really matters to me. Not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it, protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when those monsters will return, but I'm certain they're not finished with us yet. And when they do come back, we need to be ready for them. We need to stand together. With you to lead us, my lady. I reckon it was you who finally... There's no point following orders if they go...
Indeed.
all of us, that has always been Northreach's best hope. We have only to turn our attentions to the truth. Thank you, Philippe.
Anything for you. Speaking of standing together, would you mind if I borrowed a few of the lads? I fear His Eminence has a loftier task.
Not at all.
Wouldn't be the first time.
There may be hope for Northreach yet. Especially with men like you and Philippe to champion our cause. I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the Duke, in the stubborn belief that I might still tempt him into joining hands. But I suspect I shall have to call upon your aid again. Until then, Clive.
Until then.
He'd ever. A coin, a stock, and a stock.
Run like the wind. That's all of them. Owain can uncross his toes now.
Come back.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of papio nuts and all.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, well, we didn't want to outstay our welcome. The whole village turned out for a go on the bellows. Everyone except Zoltan has.
Oh, but that reminds me.
Pico Cinder, how'd you come by? And you're sure he wanted me to have it?
I'm sure. He didn't say so, but I think he wants to forgive you.
Huh. Imagine that. Yeah. You know I could never leave this place, don't you? Every time you put on mail, you and the Cursebreakers are trusted. There's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness, but I will. And if that helps save even a single life. What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? Sounds like I better get to work. I've got...
It's good to see you back on form.
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes. I'm grateful. Now, where was I?
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are.
A little healthy competition should be good.
You're not wrong. It's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be bygones. No use grumbling about it now, though. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he gets.
So, will it be? Bring me the materials, and I'll think about it. Don't waste my time. You ain't got the stuff. Anything else? To what do I owe the honor? See that sword of yours stays oiled.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
Oh, what do you expect? Farmers are abandoned. In their fields and traders their roots. Most of all,
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised? All yours. Come again. I may have more for you.
With Canva in the hands of Akashic.
Ah, see, sir. Good, thankfully.
That's brilliant! Thanks a blimmin' million! I'll fit 'em to the smelt. May I present to you the Telemon Furnace? Ain't bad, is she?
She's a beauty.
You saved my beacon again, Sid, and I ain't about to let your good...
It's fine, really.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure I can make it...
You could just...
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. Reckon you could loosen it up and make some more... And I reckon I know how. With a new alloy we've been working on. It's a metal, see? So it's lovely and strong.
Stretchy metal.
That is... So? What do you reckon?
Thank you, Owain.
Shh, don't mention it. You earned it. And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway. Reckon we'll have all kinds of use. Can't think of any right now, but that's our job, innit? Maybe even out there. One day, the whole world's gonna know about the inventions you've helped us put together. That bag of yours will be the first of many. You mark...
They'll hardly believe their eyes, I'm sure.
Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old horn. Well, anyway, the mine's just down the road from there, are spewing at Aoife like no...
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Akashic. Every Creek, Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. They need help, and quick. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do. If something ain't done soon, the old place will be up...
I won't let that happen.
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. He'd only do something. You reckon we should tell him?
No.
Yeah, well, I can't stand about knowing what's happened.
So Dravost is still standing. For now, at least.
If you can swing a hammer, you can swing.
Would you like to see my wares? Here you are. Thank you. Here you are. Thank you. Here you are. Farewell, traveller.
Clive!
And the Akashic?
Mostly off to the north still. But I spoke to Doris's scouts and it turns out things are worse than I thought. Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. That should buy us some time if we need enough of the villagers to barricade themselves inside their homes.
Well done.
Welcome back. I'd never have guessed, you know. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravost would keen to help us out?
I am.
Thought you could sneak off without me, did you?
Blackthorn.
Oh.
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice down. Unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved to know. So then, long enough for us two to turn.
Then your idea of an apology.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best.
But that ain't the whole... Vulcan, Alma, he left it to me. The best blacksmith in Dravost, barring himself, of course. Bloody stupid tradition, in my opinion. If someone's got talent, You should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle pay. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me.
So you're wasting half of mine.
You're what travels. Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I left to devote myself to the work and spare you. I may be a selfish prick, but I only...
What you had to do was your...
Even if it meant we all starved?
Enough. You can finish beating each other up once Dravozd is safe.
Fine. I've said my piece anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have... Short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you? You,
We can't afford to wait.
Right you are. Might be worth it. Don't want any nasty surprise. Oh, and Blackthorn.
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open.
Good idea. Get yourselves in.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight if I have to.
Well, let's hope you don't. Once the scouts are inside, order your men to barricade the gates. No heroic last stands, you hear me? No fighting at all if you can help.
August's right. I've seen what Akashic beats. The people here are tough and willing. But they ain't a...
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left. I'll give you as much time as I can.
And if they kill you?
You evacuate. But it won't come to that. I promise. Take good care of Dravozd till I get back.
Leave it to me. And...
All right. Which one of you's first? Is that it? Apparently not. Now, the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
I slew as many as I could.
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot, more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall. But we got the bastards, don't you worry.
Good.
In time, yeah. But we can think about it.
Sid! Enough to give those Akashic monsters nightmares. I almost felt sorry for them. But mostly, I felt great.
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable. There's no getting rid of that ether flood, meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, well, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but with ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more important, we'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded day and night.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand.
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when Dravosh needed you, so...
I shouldn't have stayed away so long. And I shouldn't have left.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. I always envied you. You leaving gave me the perfect excuse to... And from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. You'd have been the death of this place.
Finally. Something we hope you see the sense of it eventually. You can...
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but... Our work used to be the pride of Dalmekia. Now, we churn out the same rubbish day after day. It's not about the craft anymore. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing the shit most of them. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to lead by the average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. Remind Dravosh. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
That's a kind offer. Kinder than I... There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down. But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from time. Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion for the crop.
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next time.
I never thought I'd see that.
I'd say that went pretty well.
Even better than I'd hoped.
Sid.
And this is?
A token of our... But... designs for a certain sword have been passed down from chief to chief.
Now hold on, Zoltan. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel. And I've learned to hone an edge Odin will be proud of. But the engravings on that thing are enough to make... And they're not just for show.
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravosh in the first place? I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs. Between the two of us, I'd say we're the equal...
Clive, you wouldn't mind if...
As long as he can keep us...
Right. Zoltan, get your...
Come back.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of papio nuts and all.
We were just about to make a start on that sword, I promised.
It's funny, but none of... You remember Camille? We'll be using his leather work for the grip. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in a fire, burning the sin, and that whetstone from the Outer Isles, that'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish will be my
A team effort, led by the...
Now, save that talk to the thing. Right. I'm ready.
To the bellows it is.
Well, bugger me.
The sword to end all swords. Ragnarok.
Thank you.
So, does this make you pet?
This? It'll take more than that to earn us our place, but we're up for the challenge.
A list of materials.
Zoltan and I got talking on the long road.
We reckon with those items there, we could craft something even better.
That's a weapon I'd like to see.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start on the next.
Good idea. No more drinking to forget my past. It's about time I had something to sell.
Then tap the can.
Trouble with your gear, or... What do you want? That it? Fine.
Karen says she'll provide what she can for our voyage to Ash, and has even agreed to forgo payment. Until our return, that is.
Covered in nicks and lumps.
I still say we're a compliment. Ah, Clive. Please tell me you've come to take our young prodigy.
I'm not here for mid. I need a...
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens?
As soon as the Enterprise is ready. We'll be setting out for Drake's Spine, and we're going to need a safe place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have resisted invasion for so long? Very little is known of Ash, and the information... We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed to outside. If there is anywhere safe to land...
Then tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than we.
But no splinters.
All right. But interrupt me. Barnabas Tharm. The one they call the Last King. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldamark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea, tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canva's streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible, and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped, and Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, Mid?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were a right bastard. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks, I wonder what genuine intelligence might earn me.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now. I'll fetch Joshua from the shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Clive. Allow me to educate you. Study it well, Clive. Thus ends today's lesson.
She can't kick this up. Glory to Gariga. There you are. And not a moment too soon.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, she's refused to stop, even for a moment. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear of it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary in days. She's pushing herself too hard. And if she doesn't rest soon, will you talk to her? order her to her chambers if that's what it takes. Because if she keeps this up, I fear the hideaway will be without its best physica before too long.
I know better than to order Ty to do anything.
Thank you.
Well, Tyre, Rodriguez worried about you. And if what he says is true, then so am I. We all admire your dedication, but you do need to rest.
I will, when it's time. Until then, I'm staying put. We owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. It won't be much longer. The crystal's curse has almost finished its work. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing that will touch the agony.
How would tears help this man?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia.
You wouldn't, Tyre. Surely. There must be something we can do for him.
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that, Rodriguez.
We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much to hand. I can make the draft if you can bring me what we're missing.
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent, near Lorbert's Pass. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can. I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready.
Thank you, Clive. I won't forget this.
Please, Your Grace, stay. My Lord Marquis.
Yote, is anything the matter?
My lord, yes. It's your brother. As though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest...
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those of...
But
His Grace's case is severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have... So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility of finding something strong. And thankfully, a recipe was found. The only... And our supplies are... Unless we can secure more soon. My lord, I know that I have no right.
For Joshua. So...
A rare herb by the name of stone. It grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor it stores in its stems helps to counteract the curse. We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether. The search continues for a new source.
So it's only that you can't reach it?
Well...
Then I shall go in your...
But...
You've yet to find another source, correct? So besides, I'm a
Well... If your Stonewort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms, search. I shall remain here and prepare the other ingredients.
Run like the wind. All right. Time to fight. How to find our stonewort. Yote mentioned blood-red petals. Just my luck. Well, I won't be picking anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it. Here it is. Better collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive. All right. That should do it. Rodrigo could have mentioned his spiders would be the size of curls. Hopefully one will be enough. Rodrigo will have prepared the other ingredients by now. Thanks, Gal. Ready, go? Faster! I needed that. Enough of you, are there? Oh no. You'll pay for this. Based on these lines. Whatever that thing is, I'd say it's their leader. Should have stayed in the path. These must be Cyril's colleagues.
You have our thanks, stranger.
Who are you?
Forgive, I did not recognize you. We are archaeologians, tasked with surveying this site. When the echo, thanks to them, and to you, we were...
You call that a mercy? Your brothers might still be alive. Surely this survey wasn't worth dying.
We are charged with uncovering Ultima's origins. A duty of the highest import, as I'm sure you will agree.
And you think your dead brothers would agree with you too?
I know they would. They gave their lives for the cause, an honor to which all Undying aspire. Now, to what do we owe the honor of your presence, Lord Marquis?
Cyril told me of your work here, and I agree to collect your findings in his stead.
I see. That is most kind. May the Firebird's flame burn ever in your...
It's one thing to lay down your life for another. But for a survey... I suppose I'd better get back to Cyril. Here.
My thanks. I shall study them, and inform you forthwith if I discover aught that...
Cyril, losses which could have been avoided. Had the others not chosen to... Were these your orders?
No. This was their choice. Every Undying devotes his life to the service of the Phoenix. It is our sole duty. And should we die in discharging it, so be it.
Even when death is of...
My lord, I fear the Undying have served the Phoenix for countless generations. And your opinion of our methods, however earnest, we live to serve the Phoenix.
Cyril, but allow me to offer you a word of advice. It does not further the cause of the Phoenix to have his loyal followers surrender their lives without... Provide your survey parties with an escort, that they might live to do their duty. Think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix. Please,
I thank you for, if you will permit me to respond. Our fate and we of the Undying will do what we believe is right as first shield to the Phoenix. I am sure you understand what it means.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them.
Thank goodness you're back.
Is this what you needed?
Yes, it is. I'm loath to give a patient Elysia, but a single dose dulls even the most agonizing. It may be a gentle way to die, but I wish there was another way.
How are you feeling?
Light, mid-here. Drifting on waves.
Good. Just relax. Let the waves carry you to a better place.
Thank you, Daya. I'm so proud of you.
He's gone. Thank you, Rodrigue. And you, Clive?
I'll see that he's properly laid to rest.
The man you helped today was my mentor back in the Southern Isles. On the front line, I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents. But in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. Until he took...
An art we would be lost without.
Tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony of the curses.
And a kindness Sid would have approved of.
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one battle to the next, never knowing which might be your last. A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentor's gift gave the dying one fleeting moment of tranquility before the end. I've no tears left, Clive. I've seen too many of my friends taken. Something needs to change. And we need to be the ones to change it.
And we will. I promise.
I hope so.
Yote, I brought back all the stone and water I could find.
Yes, my lord. Thank you. I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You and His Grace are very much alike, you know. You think only of how you might help others, and never of the danger to your...
No more than you have minding my brother.
I am honored, but I beg you, my lord, do not give too much of your...
I'll keep that in mind.